I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello, and good morning. I am still fixing my lighting, excuse me. I'll figure it out. The sun is still down, so where I am, so my lighting is not that great. Anyway, good morning. It is Wednesday, September 11th, and the 23rd anniversary of September 11th. We are watching the Laurie Shiver case. If you guys have joined us, then you know I'm not Brandi. If this is your first time, I am not Brandi. I am guest hosting. I am Jessika for Justice, and I am guest hosting while Brandi is in court giving us updates. So I do have some nicknames of the jury, which we'll go over in a second. I'm going to pull up the feed so we don't miss anything while we're talking. Right now it is ceiling tiles. So a lot of ceiling tiles. So definitely not missing anything. All right, so I can't see the chat right now. I'm pulling it up. Excuse me, I'm a little slow this morning. I set an alarm, but my alarm didn't go off. Thankfully, my cat vomit alarm did go off this morning. So that's what woke me up. The cat vomit alarm. I'm sure if you have a cat. Oh, calm down. I'm trying to get the chat open, and then I had double play. So sorry if you guys got an echo for a second. All right, I see. Oh, gift subs already. Thank you so much. Wow, we're off to a great start this morning. Sorry if I missed anything. Hello to everybody. Hello, Butterflies and Alibis, our mods, wonderful mods. I appreciate you all. Amanda Davis, Queen Olive, Tash, and of course Yuri's math teacher. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. Here it is. So, yes. Oh, here we go. Here's Brandi. But thank you, Yuri, for the 10 gift memberships. I want to acknowledge that. All right, so first up today is Austin, Travis's twin brother, and Joe Bray, who owns JB Guns. He's the one who bought a bunch of guns from Laurie after Mike disappeared. And I am working on catching up with the chat. It's still ceiling tiles. We're not missing anything. So I'm making sure, I promise. All right. But I'm going to stop sharing the screen right now. I can see it, so I'll make sure that we don't miss anything. But I have it all set up. All right, catching up with the chat. Give me a second. Hi, Alley Cat. Thank you. Good morning, Rita. Good morning, Green-Eyed Cat. All right, I'm almost caught up. Yeah, everyone's so nice. And that's why I'm in the outro saying everybody's so nice. Because everybody is always so nice to me when I guest host. So I enjoy guest hosting. So whenever she asks, I jump and say yes. And I also don't really have much going on that is scheduled, because everything I do is pretty not scheduled. Working, taking phone calls, working with families of homicide victims. That's not like a 9 to 5, so I'm pretty flexible. Robert, you're silly. I sing lots of songs. I have not sung that song Brandi, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you'll be. But my life, my love, my lady is the sea. No, I forgot that that song existed. So, and remember that we do have family members in the chat. We have Travis's mom in the chat. Travis is Laurie's current husband, and we want to remember that he is a victim in this situation as well. Laurie has been proven to be an abusive person, so we can only assume what Travis has been through. Travis does have a twin brother, Austin, who will also be testifying this morning, as Brandi has said. So if you guys missed yesterday, where is my phone? Oh, my phone is in the other room. Hold on. I want to talk to you guys about the jury. Okay, and we're back, and I have my phone. Come here, Michi. Oh no, it lost connection to the mic. Let's see. Are we back? Yes, we're back. Okay. All right. Yes, Travis is definitely her victim too. And yes, I have a blue lava lamp. So, while I'm looking up about the jury, so my dog is going to be 13, and she's been extra anxious, so she always has to be with me. And I put a blanket underneath my desk, and she doesn't want to use the blanket because she doesn't like touching stuff that's not hers. I'm trying to make it soft. Anyway. Oh yeah, I have lots of stuff behind me. So if you guys can't tell, I love Ghostbusters. I have 2 little Stay Puft Marshmallow Men here. And then this, one of my friends made. It's my dog as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and then me as a Ghostbuster. And then stay humble, be kind, work hard, justice matters. What a wonderful world it would be if people had hearts like dogs, and then a bunch of books. All right. So, we're going to recap about the jury real quick. Was it your cat's vomit alarm or your cat's vomit alarm? Well, the cat vomited and it woke me up, so it definitely alarmed me. All right, so breakdown of the jury. There are 8 jurors, 2 alternatives. There's 3 men, 5 women. And the first woman, Brandi didn't get a good look at. She is in her late 40s, maybe. There is another gentleman that looks like a young Don Cheadle. I hope I'm saying that right. Then there's one that looks like Solange. And I still don't know who the guy from the arthritis commercials are. I'm going to have to look that up because I have no idea who that is. But apparently the next one is a guy from the arthritis commercials. Another one looks like a middle school PE teacher. He isn't, but he looks like one. Next one looks like me, but with lighter hair. So she is dirty blonde Jessika. Which I am naturally dirty blonde. This is not my natural hair color. Well, thank you, Zach. I'm glad I'm doing a good job. I don't know who you're talking about, but Madame Mediocre. I guess I'll have to someone tell me who that is. But thank you, Zach. I appreciate you. And Brandi appreciates it too. All right, so the next one looks like me. and who I am actually dirty blonde. And I do have siblings out there somewhere. So we could be related. Who knows? I'm doing DNA tests to find my family, but that's another story for another day. Next is Aunt Fix Your Face instead of Can't Fix Your Face because she looks like she could be about my aunt's age group and she can't fix her face. And Brandi loves that. The last one is Selena, and Selena, the Tejano singer. And to me, that's the only Selena I am in Texas. The judge is here. That's good to know. All right, let me. Oh, that's already that way. Well, we're ready and raring to go. Oh, so my cat. Oh, here they come. Oh gosh. Me, hold on.
We're present in case number 2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shiver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Richard from the state of Florida. Rich Buckman from the state. Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shiver. See you tomorrow.
Ms. Shiver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
Laurie Plummer, previously known as Laurie Shiver.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters, or are we ready for the jurors?
Sir, the only preliminary matter from the state is I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Townson. This is going to provide this morning. We don't need to address the merits of this until the defenses start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and Mr. Wiggs yesterday that I would be filing that this morning. We filed it this morning. Give you and Mr. Wiggs first counts.
Yeah. Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms. Shiver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state. We did that requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears the desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'll be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
I presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions of the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Wiggs. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, is just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
And what they did, Judge, is late in the game they spoke to her, way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townson's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been voted. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, well, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday, which is like daylight podcast. And there's 3 of them on her.
We're on court 2 day is yesterday.
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any, court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
Yes.
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jury.
Man, they're gonna try everything. They're monitoring everybody. Yeah, they're trying really, really hard to find anything to exclude any witness, or because they were trying to say that other people were doing stuff yesterday. So I'm going to assume that this is going to be every day they're going to be pulling something up.
Good morning. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And a question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
State calls Robert Seaha.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir.
So I guess they're watching us. If Kendall, who is in our chat, was brought up, she's doing absolutely nothing wrong. She's not a witness. And we are here to support you, Kendall. I know that today is going to be a tough day, but we're all here for you. And fuck that. Fuck Laurie. Like, they're trying literally everything, and I'm sorry that they brought you up. Whoop.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Robert Seaha.
Spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seaha. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys were all talking about in this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked you a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shiver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shiver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shiver?
No.
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Okay. Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operations started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months. Construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shiver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm, or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shiver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that you would sell?
Yes, it's a pink .38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. Going to go ahead and just pass. A pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shiver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors match and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, at some point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved State's Exhibit R into evidence at State's 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as State's number 26.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seaha. How are you?
Seaha.
Pardon me?
Seaha.
Seaha, okay. Excuse me. When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shiver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shiver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shiver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated, we have the...
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
So, this is Robert. I didn't get his last name, nor can I spell it, and he is the gun store owner. I tried to put it in the chat to pin it, but it might have disappeared. I don't see it in StreamYard to be able to pin it, but this is Robert. So this poor guy was waiting to testify yesterday and got sent home because obviously he didn't get to testify. What is the issue with this? Yes, Magnolia Gypsy, he does. The defense's normal questions are, were you there for the demise of Michael Shiver?
So, sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not 100%.
But you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything?
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
Mm-hmm. And you actually don't even know who this person is?
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs? May the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness, please.
State calls Joseph Bray.
Maybe this is the gun store owner. I mixed them up.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yeah, most of these witnesses are nothing burgers so far, and I mixed up the witnesses. So this was, I think this is the gun store owner.
State and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JB Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shiver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner, and once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And the how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15, there was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60 and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shiver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you, police court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bray, was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair?
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in-shape man with her.
Kind of thin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah. Taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement found out about them.
So you had sold them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, State.
Mr. Bray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shiver?
Like date-wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15?
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You are released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, Travisfilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
Do you remember that case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
In this case, 2 felonies there.
Oh, so when I was 18, that was 2?
So that's total 3.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shiver's husband.
Correct.
Can you identify her and point her out in court today, please?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Shiver?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get-together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
He said it was something for work, a get together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at the Shiver residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single, but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Woods, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her 2 kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is?
Rebecca, yeah.
That would be your brother's girlfriend at the time?
Correct.
Now, and they're now married?
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2016?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shiver?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage, in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Interesting. So he may or may not be in the home. I don't know that for sure. His mom had said she heard things that he wasn't in the home. He could still be in the home because he does have children. So I'm sure he's worried about the children. And legally he doesn't have to testify, but he is. So I think that says a lot.
Why did she tell you she did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay. So not what you just said.
No.
But financial.
Together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
I'd ask the state to advise them the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Mr. Filler, you've had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence, it was about financial issues?
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked in State Exhibit AA. You recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move states AA into evidence. The state's number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states AA will be moved into evidence as states number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was rented?
When it was rented?
Yes.
The date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this, this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please.
I wonder what the next sidebar is about. Already lots of sidebars. Yeah, that's the question. How did the body get in there? Who did the foundation, etc.? Yeah. There's a lot of unanswered questions for the defense.
All right, thank you. As a housekeeping matter, State's AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as State's BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as State's number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing a witness what has been previously marked as State's CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Throughout this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
State CC will be entered into evidence as State's number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding?
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct?
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. You remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shiver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with, that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said, no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture. And which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me, we'll be in touch. And that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, the statement relaying from Ms. Shiver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand what
Please don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Prober?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Prober?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Miss Shiver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Miss Shiver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Miss Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please, court.
Yes.
Travis, let's pick up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something in that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
During the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Sidebar, please. There's an objection.
Of course, another objection. And, we have to remember that Travis has been with her for years, and she has a history of abuse, so I would assume she's doing the same thing to him. There's children in the household. He has kids with her, And there's also Mike's children in the household. So even if he wants to leave, he has to worry about his children. He could be afraid of what's going to happen. There's a lot going on in his situation. Men can definitely be in these situations just as much as women. And she met him shortly after he got out of prison. So he's trying to acclimate to the real world. And if we've watched Love After Lockup, you know, a lot of us have watched that together, then you can see the manipulation that happens and how tough it is for them to get back to the real world. So just remember, you know, and for all we know, he could be planning on leaving, but he's scared for his children. There are kids involved. Hello, Elaine. Thank you. Appreciate you. And we got to remember, his mother is also in the chat. So be kind. We have no idea what he's been through. And we have no clue. So just remember all of that. And let's hope she gets to... Exactly, Elaine. Let's hope she goes to prison and he's able to get the children and get away from her. And also, it looks like his sister's also in the chat, Travis's sister. And, you know, they use the analogy with people that end up in abusive relationships. It's like putting a frog in a pot and slowly making it boil rather than throwing them in boiling water. You don't realize what's going on.
Specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed, we're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
No, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Proper.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Phillip?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
Friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men, and he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shiver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shiver?
Well, we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And had she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on the Shiver property, and the remains of Michael Shiver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please.
Of course, objection. Let's see, is my, yes. Already, oh look, we got a new member. Woo, thank you. Let's see. I'm trying to click on it, chat, stop moving. Yeah, so her husband, Laurie's husband, just finished testifying. I believe.
It's okay. All right. Ezra, please.
Okay. And I believe his brother is going to testify too. We'll see. I wonder what they're still talking about. Yes, it seems Laurie preyed upon vulnerable people. I feel bad for these guys. Yes, exactly. That's how I feel too. She knew exactly who she was going for. She definitely knew exactly.
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said was represented from before Shiver?
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yeah, please, the court. And was that Mr. Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah. He made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
Argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend.
Do you do any counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you unofficially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a degree?
I would call it mentoring.
Mentoring, okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you, it's not documented, correct?
Just what just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different than Mr. Filmer's, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
okay.
I can...
One person may watch TV.
Actually, Your Honor, argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know what...
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to him, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be released from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness?
State calls Alston Filmer.
This is Travis's twin brother.
That's your twin brother?
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you.
So this is Travis's brother that's going to testify next, and Kendall, who is Travis's and Austin's mom, and she is in the chat. Yes, Kendall Windsor that is in the chat is the mother, and as if today wasn't going to be tough enough, they brought Kendall's name up this morning, the defense, saying that she's been talking on social media, but she's not a witness. And also, Travis and Austin's sister is in the chat. So let's make sure that we're showing support to the family. And majority of you guys have been great.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes. And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors out. Thank you. All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you in. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, Austin,
JAMESFILMER.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife Rebecca spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
All right. And the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
Do you know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is that to the satisfaction of the parties? All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out. And Mr. Filmer, you're welcome to leave the witness stand if you wish. And
Okay.
We'll call you back.
Okay.
As soon as the break's over, we'll call you.
All right. We're in recess.
Yes. Okay.
Let me pull up Twitter real quick and see what Brandi's been saying. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously identical twins, but I feel like you can see the stress on Travis. His brother looks a little bit, healthier. But they're both very good-looking guys. All right, let's see. Pulling up Brandi's tweets to see what we've missed. Close my stuff. All right. Let me pull this up. All right. So, jurors are watching the interaction between Wiggs and the witness right now. One just smirked and one shook his head. I don't think that went over the way Wiggs hoped it would. And so that was the last witness, not Austin, the church witness. So, let's see, any other information going a little out of order? Yeah, so Joe Bray and Robert, I don't know how to say that, both purchased guns from him. That's why I got confused. I thought he was the gun store owner too. So Travis's former Boston church friend was the last witness, and that Mike made a statement, or that Travis made a statement. Mike was no longer walking this earth. I swear I can read. So we thought that Austin was going to go first. His twin brother, who spent a lot of time at the Shiver home after Mike's disappearance. So haven't missed too much. But if you're not following Brandi on Twitter, I would definitely do that. Because she is giving updates in the chat on Twitter. So when we can, I'll show it on the screen while we're waiting. But right now we get to look at a clock. So they should be back in about 3 minutes. Because in the beginning, the defense had brought up his wife, Austin's wife, saying that she was doing stuff on social media, had seen some stuff, so that's why they're asking that. They also brought up Kendall Windsor, who is Austin and Travis's mom, but she's not a witness. She's been in the chat here with us. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the defense's angle is right now. Uh, why is the brother taking the stand? I'm not sure. We'll see, because he'll be able to discuss how things are between, what he's seen at the property and how things are between Travis and Laurie. And Travis has been kind of ostracized from his family. I did, and I told Brandi. I did tell Brandi the memberships that you got. It was awesome. I told her. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see what the angle is. But the defense is trying to blame the daughter. So Austin is older than Travis by 4 minutes. So the daughter is testifying later. So tomorrow morning they're going to discuss some stuff about the daughter's testimony. They had talked this morning a lot about the child, which annoyed me. Yeah, her Missy's Angels has a good point. Her first victim that we know of is Michael. Second victim is the ex-married lover that she blames for burying Michael. Third victim is her current husband, and the fourth victim is the kids. I absolutely agree. And her poor child has thought that she's killed her dad for the last however many years. Imagine having that. Imagine thinking that you killed your father. Because the kid says she doesn't remember her dad. So if she doesn't remember him, how could she remember killing them? It doesn't make any sense. And that's coming from the family. So, yes. So, Laurie and Travis did a commitment ceremony type of thing. The video that Brandi had posted on Twitter, you can see a wedding dress and all that stuff. They walk right by the slab. And then they actually got married in 2020 at the courts. So they are, once Michael was declared dead and all that stuff, they got legally married. So they got married in 2020. So Chrissy, I would assume that the child was coerced. I would assume so. Susie, I think that's weird at 7. I think you have many memories. Trauma messes with your brain. My memories of being a child are not very good. I don't really remember anything from when I was a kid, but at 16, I probably would have had better recall of that. She's 16 now. So we don't know how traumatized the kids are and how easy they are to manipulate, which it's when you have a parent like that, it's very easy for them to manipulate. Yeah, it's possible the daughter witnessed everything, and the way that our brains work, maybe she blocked it out. Who knows? But right now, the defense is saying that the 16-year-old, when she was 7, defended her and killed her father by shooting him. And then the ex just happened to come along and see that and take care of it and bury the body. So, because in most areas, they can't prosecute a child until they're 10 years old. So a 7-year-old wouldn't be charged for that. But even if, let's say it did happen that way, you would think that that would be something that would be reported because it's a 7-year-old that defended their mother. The police wouldn't charge for that. So not sure what the excuse is for, hiding the body, I guess being scared. I believe that the ex is on the witness stand, or the witness list. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. So Travis and Laurie are still married. And so there was a guy in between Michael and Travis that was also married. And she's saying that that one helped her bury the body. The 16-year-old is Isabel. So Isabel is on the witness list, and they were discussing all of that this morning about the testimony.
Go and take your time.
Are we getting started? If the mods could put the chat or put the link for Brandi's Linktree or Twitter. Somebody was asking for the link. Anybody that wants any of the links, they're also in the description of the video. So if you don't see it in the chat, Brandi does have the links in the description. Yes, that chirping is still there. It's driving me nuts because I'm the kind of person that like ticking from a clock drives me nuts and things like that. So to me, it sounds like somebody's iPhone alarm is constantly going off, but I'm guessing it's probably something shaking near the mic, like the AC or something. So Wiggs is the defense attorney. That's the gentleman who's back of the head that we see right now. Is it rude to tell the dental hygienist to shut up so you can listen? I mean, are you able to respond if they're doing anything? I hate that. I hate when they talk to me. Yes. Yeah, there was more than one guy in between Travis and Michael, but I was just making it clear that there was somebody else in the middle. There's probably more that I'm not remembering too. There's a lot going on with this case. Even watching the recap and me sitting here watching the trial with you guys, I'm not remembering everything, or I'm not remembering everything, and there's just so much to follow, and I think the defense is purposely making it confusing.
Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
You know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shiver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do.
Right.
She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
I was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through, well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shiver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shiver?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after. A month or two, maybe? Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point, did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shiver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shiver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir. And
tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
Have you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. And I just asked him if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
What a horrible thing to find out that you helped cover up a body without even knowing. That's horrible. And yeah, that's definitely a traumatic thing to find out. She involved so many people in this. It's a ripple effect. Like, it's horrible. What is her actual defense?
What did you hear your brother say to the detectives about that?
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why did they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
But as far as the text messages that you said were unusual.
All right. Sidebar, please.
Jury has been listening intently, but when Austin just said Travis admitted to Laurie blocking them on his phone and sending messages pretending to be him, at least half of them started making notes again. Not a good look to ostracize your partner from their family and his twin. So I'm glad to see that the jury is also not liking that. So Laurie is very purposely pulling Travis away from his family so that she can manipulate the situation. I wonder what else they're objecting about. Yeah, how many messages sent were actually Laurie? Sounds like a lot of messages. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of evidence, but it's slowly connecting all together. Because really the defense's main thing is you can't prove who actually had the phone and sent the messages or the Facebook messages. And you weren't there. Those are basically the two things that the defense team has been trying to prove or asking about. Objection, the jury is taking notes. I mean, whether she's a narcissist or what, it's definitely abusive, because that's what people do in abusive relationships. So there's proof that she has stopped multiple husbands, from talking to his family. The puzzle pieces, yes, the puzzle pieces. I don't know if she's taking the stand. Yeah, and
Filmer, the specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother? Have you ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the Shiver residence?
Yes, sir.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You're talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he sent it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed a homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify here about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day and your brother tells you Laurie sent it, correct?
For the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, sir.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, your next witness?
This lady called Wilman Nicholas.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilman Nicholas. It's N-W-I-L-M-A-N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilman Nicholas. Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Is ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found?
Yes.
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shiver?
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shivers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay, and what property is this?
That's the Shiver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
Sure. This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that would prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shiver moved out with them?
Several periods of time.
And when did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave, and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that you returned to the home before he went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
Now, did you see, as a neighbor or at any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
When you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn, he built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
About the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that construction start?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting in a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous, too, with everything that he did there. So it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down on that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. It's right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of the duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad. I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape brick around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you seen or spoken to Michael Shiver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shiver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 6, 7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it, she just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible, it was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes, actually my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt that you needed to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please support.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in that area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did you?
Yes. Not dinner. Yeah, we did.
You sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence?
Not inside the house, no.
And in fact, looking at this photo, this is your house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight?
Yes.
The jury can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did
times.
you sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property. Mm-hmm. They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with a cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said this was, when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
One moment. Yeah, he's got nothing.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, in the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and photograph number 4 from Steve's exhibit, number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about? Yes, go ahead and set that.
Okay, this you can even see right here. It's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide, and I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here. That was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof, basically. And so when I would come over and feed the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is it?
No, just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate to the jury the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cattle fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today.
Interesting.
Please remain at the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse? Or?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right, please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Excuse me, Megan, please.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yeah, Wilma was great. We like Wilma. Austin was also a good witness.
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleek. First is M-E-G-A-N. Last is C-L-E-E-K.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe to the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many examinations you have done on firearms?
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked, in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, Can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearms analysis?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also at times cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes, a caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shiver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing you some introduced as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm, yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you can show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
This is one .38 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model Shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges, and I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, 1, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, do you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, Then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet, much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired the gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes, a part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of Michael Shiver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence to State's Exhibit 20. Did you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are. Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves, or those helical impressions, agree, their direction of twist, and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm, am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed, however, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, but you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement. The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct.
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would...
Correct. And we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State Attorney's Office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured, and I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent a child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
Hey, Boss Tara Mitchell.
Okay. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I want to direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager. Senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Okay, understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shiver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, do you want a loan?
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill out some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right. All right, sidebar, please. All right, so State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
Using the process that you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shiver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to them?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shiver's residence in the mail, basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to the person?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that loan?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, 630?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shiver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shiver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shiver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shiver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shiver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shiver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation talk calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, where so we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations and say, hey, come into our bank?
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shiver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do, or you do, to try to make contact with Michael Shiver?
we started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shiver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments. So unfortunately,
The bank hasn't either.
yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17th, 2015. Did you specifically try to call the number that was listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
Basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is the wrong number.
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system that was turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shiver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No.
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your...
Absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wiggs?
Did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask them if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up, or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
Okay. So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you.
Mayor, before the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this point. Thank you. Please take the jury out. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh. They're actually... the way that they zoom in on the clock, can't even see the whole clock. So I'm going to show you guys something that Brandi sent me. So Wilma had taken some photos of the property so you could see what she sees from her property of Laurie's property. And then I also have a photo and some information, the difference between a 38 and a 9mm. Alright. So first I'm going to show you guys the photo that Wilma took so you can see how far her property is from their property and the view that they have. Yeah, comfort break, potty break. And sometimes it's for the lawyers to talk. All right. So this is the photo from Wilma's property showing Laurie and Michael's property. So let me add that real quick. Photo of Laurie's property from Wilma's property. And Wilma was the witness that came on earlier. She was the neighbor, but I think that's the only witness that was called back. I don't remember any other witness being called back. Do you guys? I think she's the only one. Well, let's hope that the bathroom is close and that there's a lot of stalls, since there are a lot of women. I have no idea where the concrete slab is, but there is a, let me see if I can find it. Brandi put a video on YouTube that shows the concrete slab and Travis and Laurie getting married. Well, fake married the first time. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys Brandi's Twitter too. Hold on. So the first marriage that they had wasn't real. Well, it wasn't legal, and then they got married again, Travis and Laurie, and it was legal. So this is another photo of the property. They had a candlelight ceremony to honor Mike. So this is another photo of the property. So this is Wilma's property. This is Laurie's property. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for subbing. So it's pretty, a lot of space, but they're also close together because you can definitely see each other's property and probably hear what's going on. But living out in an area like that, hearing a gunshot wouldn't be absolutely insane. You know, you definitely hear people fire guns in those areas. All right, hold on. Let me find the video so I can show you guys the video of the slab. All right, so there's a video of them getting married. Well, like I said, this wasn't a legal marriage. If I can get it to load. Load. Come on. I need it to load. There we go. Cooperate. All right, hold on. Okay, now I got it up. Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys a video where you'll see the slab. So that way you guys have a better idea. Was it this one? Yeah. All right, here you guys go. Here's the other video I was talking about. So hopefully this gives you guys a much better idea of the property. So there's that. And then again, the property here where they had the vigil. So they're on Wilma's property. And then the other photo that I showed of Wilma's property towards Laurie's house. So it's a pretty rural area, but they're definitely close enough to see and hear stuff. And she would have noticed the concrete being poured and all that stuff, because I definitely pay attention to my neighbors. So I would notice something like that. I think Wilma pays attention. Let's see. Brandi says there's a detective in the hall. He might be next, but not positive. And yeah, they did. That wedding wasn't legal, but they got married at a courthouse later. So, and then I'm just gonna, yeah, Wilma was a great witness. I thought so too. And I'm just gonna show you guys, yes, Laurie is out on bond. I'm just gonna show you guys some differences between a 38 and a 9mm so you guys have an idea. So they are very similar. They're very, very similar. The difference is 38 is normally, well, this kind of 38 is normally a revolver, 9mm isn't. 38 special has a rim, 9mm doesn't. 38 special is taller, but 9mm has a larger capacity. They're both common rounds used. And then just some information about when they came about, 1898 and 1901. And then you can see the difference in the sizes. So you can see the different weights that they normally are, and then the PSI. So you can have a better understanding of what the difference between those two are. All right, let's see, what did Brandi say now? Oh, good. Well, I mean, I don't have to see the kid. I'm totally okay with that. But I would rather not see the back of Laurie's head. I've already seen it oh so much. I feel like they've only shown the back of the defense, the attorney and Laurie. I wish that they would show us something else. That would be nice. Can you guys show us something else? I would love that. Like, even just the ceiling would be great. Let's see. Yeah, I wonder, Miss Cleek, a student advisor, does she advise about student cliques? Funny. I thought she was a great speaker. I wonder why she got out of firearms and now is a student advisor. Yeah, there's no ceiling fan. We get a real zoomed in clock. Can't even fully see the clock, just kind of the number 12. So that's, yeah. Tell the cameraman to give us a better view. That would be wonderful. We don't need to see the kid, but we definitely need better options. Yes, there is a recap if you go on Brandi's page. A couple videos ago, I think it was released Sunday or Monday. Definitely check that out. Yeah, I don't know why they zoomed in so far. Isabel, I believe, is a defense witness. Yeah, definitely check out Brandi's video. Let me see. I can pull up the link, but it's only a few videos back. Let me see. Man, there's so many trials going on right now. And then, of course, today is 9/11, which is the 23rd anniversary of 9/11. I was in college and definitely remember that day. Yeah, they're not showing any of the faces, really. It's just the side and the back, well, at least of the defense and the other attorneys. The witnesses we see just fine. It's an odd setup. Yeah, so Travis and Laurie, the wedding that we just watched, wasn't legal. They got married legally in a courthouse a couple years later. They are definitely legally married. And he did touch on that during his testimony. Yeah, I feel really old that I was in college for 9/11. But I was also talking to some people younger than me. Like 9/11's always been something discussed and talked about in school, and I was already out of school. Oh Lord.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
State calls Vanessa Townson.
I do really like the bailiff's hair. I can't tell if she has a brown hair tie or it's like her hair is wrapped around it. So Jay is the boyfriend before Travis. Yeah, this is another guy that she dated.
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
This is Jay's wife, FYI. I went to a military college that was generally for the Army. They had a couple Marines peppered in, but it was like 99.5% Army. And it was ran with the Army. Are they still married? I guess so. Because She still has his last name. Yeah, why you guys couldn't have talked about this before? Whatever it is. Jay is the guy that she dated before Travis and that she's trying to blame burying on.
Please proceed.
Mr. Townson, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And those flowers come with a card.
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what the defense has been previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Judge, I filed a motion with respect to this. If we approach, we'll wrap.
Please approach.
Here we go again. She's going to talk about the flowers. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, they probably discussed all this, but he's going to keep trying. The defense attorney's, has a job to do. Okay, yeah, so someone said, yes, they worked it out. Yeah, defense is, there hasn't been any big gotcha moments with this trial. It's more like, look at all these little pieces fitting together and look at this pattern and look at the stuff that she's done. I feel bad for the witnesses that have to sit here and wait for the judge and the attorneys to have their discussions and just sit here. This is Jay's wife. Jay was with Laurie before Travis. He cheated on his wife with Laurie. And she's the woman that Laurie sent flowers to let her know that her husband was cheating on her.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at the card that is inside.
Here comes the actual paper that was sent.
Without showing it to the jury, you just go ahead and look at the card.
Sorry.
That's okay.
In the envelope?
Yep, you can pull that out.
Oh. Sorry.
Sure. And go ahead and open it up. Is that the card that was received with the flowers?
It is.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
Same objection.
All right, objections overruled. State's T will be entered into evidence as State's number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Townson, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue, my wife is a whore, your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message, we need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shiver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shiver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around?
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shiver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show Defense State's Exhibit EE.
Thank you. Just need one. Thank you.
All right, sidebar?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
I feel so bad for her. And thank you, Susie, for the gift memberships. I hope everybody enjoys them. I feel so bad for her because she's completely innocent in this. This is what her husband did, and now she has to deal with what he's done and got dragged into a freaking murder trial. Let's see, male jurors are looking down, females are watching Vanessa. One male just looked at Laurie, who is busy writing notes on her stupid lying cheating notepad. Those flowers were the day before her wedding anniversary. And yes, this is Jay's wife. So Jay is who Laurie is accusing of burying the body, not her. Right? Imagine having to go to court because of your husband's infidelity. I feel really bad for her. And apparently they worked it out. I wonder, yeah. I mean, she must have forgiven him years ago, and now they're getting dragged into it again.
I'm showing you States EE. Home drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And does that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shiver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves States EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Yes, sir. Objection is overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence as States number 31.
Now, I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shiver's account, showing defense states FF.
I wish we could see photos too.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all I ask.
Yes, sir. All right. The objection is overruled.
Showing you what's been previously marked as states FF. Go ahead and look at those documents. those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after, that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shiver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
No. Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016, it says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay. And moving on to the preceding page, if you flip the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016,
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now, you can put that down for just a moment. After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shiver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shiver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shiver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification.
They bleeped that number out, but they didn't bleep it out the last time.
You recognize State's GGs.
I do.
And what is State's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
You're at this time the state moves State's GG into evidence as I believe number 32?
33.
33.
Such objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as state's number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shiver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
And did you correspond with Ms. Shiver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as states RRR. How did you get Laurie Shiver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of state RRR. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shiver's phone?
That's correct.
You're right. This time the state moves states RRR into evidence as states number 34.
Any objection? All right, over defense's objection, states RRR will be admitted into evidence as states number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shiver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers, I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in a relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townson left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am.
Thank God.
Your next witness.
Happy for her.
There's probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it. Do you want me to bring it?
Well, by lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 45.
45 minutes?
45
We'll
minutes,
break
not
for
that
lunch now,
lengthy.
then. Okay. All All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you
All
at
right.
1 p.m.
So, lunch till when?
All right, thanks everyone. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Are there any matters before we break for lunch? All right, see everyone at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
But I do need Jared in here.
1 p.m. Yes, ma'am.
I'm in here.
Thank you.
Oh, they said 1:15. I thought he said until 1. Okay. But he said something at 1 o'clock. Let's see, 1 till 1:15. Okay. All right. So I already showed you guys the photos and all that stuff. So I'm going to go over the jurors' nicknames again. Just so when Brandi or anybody is saying the nicknames, you guys know who we're talking about. So the jurors do have nicknames. So there are 8 jurors, but only 6 of them are going to be jurors. There's 3 men, 5 women. There's a woman in her 40s. There's a man that looks like young dog Cheadle. And then someone that looks like Solange. Then there's the guy from the arthritis commercials. Let's see. The next one's a middle school PE coach. And then there's a juror that looks like me, so that's Dirty Blonde Jessika. And then there's Aunt Fix Your Face, because it looks like she could be around Brandi's aunt's age. That's why she's called that. And yes, Laurie is out on bond. Don't know if Travis is in court. Got it. Okay. So they have to be back by 1. But so how many times did this chick cheat on him? I don't know. Who knows? But there's definitely a lot of guys involved. So after Aunt Fix Your Face is Selena. Selena, the Tejano singer. She looks like that. I was looking through my Facebook. I don't have anything new and interesting. I have a bunch of messages from back in the day. So I guess Travis is, or not Travis, Jay is the next witness, because he said it's going to be a long one, about 45 minutes. So we'll see. All right, so we went over the jurors. I showed you guys the photos earlier. Yeah, come back after lunch. I'm going to take a break myself and clean up some stuff. I have no idea who she means by the arthritis commercial guy. Maybe the golfer. I need to ask Brandi. So I don't know if Brandi's going to call in or not. She wasn't able to yesterday. I don't know how many places there are to eat. She doesn't want to taint anything and have a conversation that she shouldn't around a juror. Yesterday she was around a juror. So I don't know if she's going to call in. We'll see. So I'm going to get off the screen and I'll be back around 1 o'clock. And then Brandi may or may not call in. I don't know. I'm going to have my phone and stuff near me. If she does, we'll be back. All right, Kay, thanks. See you guys in a little bit. Bye.
Hello. Hi, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Nod once if you can hear me. Let me see. Settings. My phone. Let me change this. Okay. Hi, can you hear me? Why can't I see y'all? Okay, wait, I think it's working now. Oh, now I can see you. Okay. Hello. Oops. I am not doing very good with this. I don't know how. I'm not very good at this with my phone. Okay, I think it's working now. Okay, now I can see you. Hello, family. Hello. Look at me. Look, what is the question that that what's his name would ask me right now? Legs would ask me right now. Are you an IT expert? Obviously not, because I am struggling to even work my phone right now. I wanted to, I tried to, it is beautiful outside and the courthouse is beautiful. And I tried to join in a few minutes ago out there, but there are jurors everywhere. So I came to my car because I would never want to risk saying something about that lying murderous hussy in front of them, you know. So I came to my car just to make sure that nobody can hear me. So all those emails. What are your real thoughts? My real I know that I'm shy about telling you. Router is doing just fine. Oh, that reminds me. I need to charge my laptop. I believe that Jay is up next and we have the detectives, but they keep going out of order on what they originally say that they're going to do. So while I can tell you what they're saying, then it changes. So who knows? But at least, let me see if I can charge this in here. Where's my charger? It's in this big old Mary Poppins bag somewhere. Here it is. So I will tell you about how today has gone. The jury did not like what they were hearing from Vanessa. You could tell that they were not fans of all of that. I watched them very intently, but also tried to watch Vanessa. There was one there. I only saw one time where Vanessa glanced over at Laurie, who was writing notes on her stupid notepad. But they were watching her very intently, especially when they were asking about what the message said, and then Vanessa got a little bit emotional because obviously she's going to get emotional. Like that would be like I can imagine that'd be really hard. So she got a little bit emotional. So they were watching her pretty intently for that. And then when she read what was said, they were listening very intently. There was a couple times where the jury or a couple of the jurors would look over at they were mostly watching Vanessa. There were a couple of times that they looked over at Laurie, and you could tell that their faces were like, that they were very, put off, because I can tell that they are kind of working on the timeline aspect of it, because anytime dates are mentioned, they pretty much all of them will write notes about the dates. So one of the things that has been concerning going into this is that it can be a little bit complicated because of the dates, because Laurie doesn't have time in between all of these dudes. Like, she's just, like, get rid of one, or one gets rid of her, I should say, and then she's on to the next. So I can tell that they are, like, trying to make sure they make notes of that stuff. So, that's good. But they're very attentive and, paying attention. They are much more attentive today with some of this stuff than I saw them yesterday. Not that they were like filing their nails or anything yesterday, but just you can tell, kind of leaned over and paying close attention and stuff like that today. Especially with Vanessa and Travis testifying. So, that was interesting. Yeah, no downtime from her downtime. Definitely not. Yeah, but it was, I think I put this in a tweet. I can't remember if I put it in chat. I've been trying to kind of go back and forth. Mostly I'm giving y'all more, and then I'll try to post it on chat after that, or on Twitter after that. But when Austin walked out of the courtroom, it was really kind of sweet when he walked out of the courtroom. When he comes through that little partition thing or whatever and walks through the gallery, Mike's family is sitting right there to the right, and he looked at them kind of as a sign of respect, and kind of nodded or whatever, and they kind of did the same back to him, as just I thought that was a really touching moment, because they are all victims of Laurie in some capacity, obviously for the loss of Mike, that's horrible grief, but Austin has it's a different capacity that he's a victim of her, because he's lost his relationship with his brother. So it was just kind of a nice moment of of respect for them and what they've had to go through, and he did a great job. The jury was attentive with him. There were things that Travis was saying on the stand. You could tell that he didn't. I feel like it seemed like he wanted to backtrack on things he had said previously, or make kind of twist it a little bit to make it sound like it wasn't that, he's not going against Laurie, so I think that some of the ways that he tried to walk back previous statements were pretty obvious that he was trying to walk it back. And I think that some of the things that he said, then I'm glad that they had him testify before Austin, actually, because the things that he said about how, about kind of not knowing about anything about, Laurie sending messages to pretend that it was her from his account. He said, not to his knowledge, or he never knew anything about that or anything like that. So hearing that, and then having Austin get up there and say, yeah, he's the one who told me that it was her. And I think that was a really good move to have Travis go first, because he's going to say what he's going to say. And I think that they knew that. So now they have, okay, here's his story, and here's what, he's saying. but here's this other, evidence on people who don't necessarily have to support her. And even when, they asked about the investigation, or when they asked about his relationship with his family being, Kendall said he was like, I've heard the same thing because, through Kendall and Rebecca, that they know that she has done this to, get on his Facebook and pretend to be him and block them on her phone or on his phone so that they can't, contact him. And they knew this. So him saying, not to his knowledge was not truthful. But also, what was the other thing? The relationship. They had asked about if his relationship has struggled with his family since getting with Laurie, and he's like, no, just since the investigation. And I, from what I've been told by the family, that's not true either. That they have done what they can to, isolate him, or she has done what she can to isolate him away from them and, keep it so that she has complete control over him and he doesn't have anybody in his ear explaining to him, like, you're being controlled. And look, I've been there. Like, I've been the one that was, isolated from everybody else and being, it's like they trick you into, that's a part of coercive control. They trick you into thinking that it's, it's us against the world, like me and you, us against the world, and they're all just against us. They don't understand our love story and blah, blah, blah. And they do that as a way to isolate you. It has nothing to do with your best interest. It is to isolate you so that you don't have people telling you how messed up your relationship is. So, I get that. And there's a lot of examples of her doing that to him. So there is a timeline. If you go to 13thjurorpodcast.com, I put a timeline on there. It's not like one of the really pretty ones that I do with all the pictures and stuff. I tried to throw it together as quick as I could. But it's got all the most relevant information on there. Yeah, I just got goosebumps, that sentence. They don't understand our love story. That's one of the things that they, I've seen it. I've lived it. That's one of the things that they do. They try to make you think that, like, that your family just doesn't understand. This is our love story. And like, yeah, we, and what's crazy too? I've heard this from so many women that I've talked to, and men. I mean, there's only 2 men I've talked to about it, but it's mostly women who have talked to me about this because most men don't want to talk to another woman about it. But what's funny that I've heard from multiple people that also happened to me, that one like little clip from the Notebook that goes around about how, like, yeah, we're going to fight and, you're going to be a pain in the ass and I'm going to be, whatever that little clip is. My ex sent that to me, like, see, it's normal to fight. How are you going to use the Notebook to try to, like, control people? But it works, because then you convince yourself, like, this is just how it is. All couples fight. They fought in the Notebook, and look how that turned out. Honey, if that's happening and, you're not allowed to talk to your family, it ain't going to turn out like the Notebook. It ain't. I'm sorry. It is with a heavy heart that I tell you right now, that is not how that ends. It ends in court cases and custody, fights and protection orders and whatever. It's not going to turn out to the Notebook. So just keep that in mind. But anyway, they did say too, I heard them asking, I think Isabel may testify tomorrow, possibly. Again, it's changing up a little bit on the exact order they're going in, but she may testify tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then maybe Friday. But they are not going to show her face, but they will allow the audio. So we've got that going for us. What else? Yeah, The Notebook, like the movie. There's that one clip from that where he talks about them fighting and stuff. Oh yeah, tomorrow they have something I have to discuss at 8:30. Yeah, they're doing a proffer of the guardian ad litem, or not guardian ad litem, the attorney ad litem for Isabel. They're doing a proffer of her tomorrow morning at 8:30. Travis is not facing any charges. No, he didn't know, you know, Laurie at the time that all of this happened. So it's all good. Remember, 13 whole months. 13 whole months. Happy anniversary. So what are y'all thinking so far? Oops, what did I just do? Yeah, I definitely think that she's a controlling mother. 100%. 100%. It is infuriating to hear about Laurie's escapades. I'm interested to see what Jay has to say. Not that I'm necessarily going to believe everything that he has to say, but it'll be interesting. We'll see how it goes. I can't stand looking at Laurie. She is not the not the best. I can't stand her. Can't stand her. So whatever. Wretched woman. Yeah, so the whole thing with Laurie is watching Kendall and Rebecca's social media closely, which Kendall knew she wasn't going to actually be called to testify. She was on the witness list, yes, but she knew that she wasn't going to be called to testify. So Kendall can do whatever she wants. Kendall can like make an I Hate Laurie Facebook page if she wanted to, and you know, like tell everybody in the world about it. She can do whatever she wants to. She's not going to actually be called to testify. So there is no sequestration order in place for her. Rebecca does have a sequestration order, so she can't discuss testimony and all of that. So her and I have been talking, but then once testimony started, you know, then it's like she's supposed to testify tomorrow. So, you know, once she's testified, you know, then we have plans to speak again, but she knows that she is going to be called to testify. So she does have a sequestration thing. So she knows that, you know, if she sees any articles or whatever, can't click on them and can't stream testimony and all that stuff, all that same stuff they say in every single trial. Like that's the stuff. So, so when they were talking about that this morning, I don't know what screenshots they entered, but like Kendall can say and do whatever she wants to if she's not coming. And I'm not surprised that they are watching Rebecca, trying to keep her from testifying, because Rebecca's got some damning things to, you know, to say. So if I were Laurie, I would want her kept off the stand too, but whatever. There's nobody on Laurie's side again today. Travis will more than likely be called. Well, they said yesterday that the defense said they're going to call Travis. Keep in mind, in Florida, they don't have like in Massachusetts where you have, yeah, because I can read, when they had a little bit more open ability to cross-examine and they don't have to stick to just what was brought up during direct examination, they don't have that, you know, same openness in Florida. So Wiggs can only ask what was brought up during direct while he's talking to Travis. So he's going to, he said he's going to call Travis as a witness so that way he can ask, you know, whatever questions he wants to without being limited to things that were, you know, directly within the scope of cross-exam or direct examination. So that is probably why Travis didn't stay. But there's nobody on Laurie's side other than me and media. That's it. Do I think Laurie will take the stand? I feel like she might. Because she is a master manipulator and she likes to be in control. I think it would be stupid for her to, but I would love to see it. That's pretty much my answer for every defendant taking the stand. It would be stupid, but I would love to see it. But I feel like she is very controlling, and I feel like she may be the type to where she feels like if she gets up there and, you know, can just get up there and give her little poor me, you know, I'm just a victim and look how bad everybody else is, spiel, then, you know, maybe she's thinking that some of them will believe it. I don't think so. I think that having Vanessa up there, oh, they were taking good notes too during the, they were very interested in the check stuff, the dates with the check stuff, because remember that Mariner Finance loan came after, 3 weeks after Mike's disappearance. And so that witness did a great job explaining, you know, like this was from a mailer. So we never actually saw, you know, Mike Shiver or anybody else for that matter. We just sent out a mailer, you know, based on credit scores that's accepted. And then we call. And even then they were never able to, you know, get anybody on the phone. So thank you. Y'all have all been complimenting my hair. I used, my friend has, you know, I'm staying with my friend and she has one of those blow dryers that's like has a brush on it. And I was like, this is so easy. I need to order one. Is Laurie the only one that can point the finger at her daughter? So what it is, Isabel can get up there and testify and say that she did it. She can get up there and say that Santa Claus did it. Like, you know, she can say whatever she feels like is her direct knowledge or what she knows. The limitations of things, which is why they're going to have the rebuttal. The limitations of things are Adam, who is going to testify, who is the boss of Travis and of Laurie now too. He's also involved with the church, you know, so that they go to. So he said that in his deposition that Isabel came and, you know, told him they were like in a hallway at his house at a function and said that, you know, she shot him or whatever. So they're limiting that. They're not allowed to ask about that during Adam's testimony. But when Isabel gets up there, she can say whatever she's going to say. And they limited, the defense had asked for an expert to do an examination on Isabel to then determine if she was being truthful and then come to court and testify as to whether or not she's being truthful. And they said that that's not, you know, appropriate under the law. So that was denied. There's another sister-in-law. Yes, the Travis and Austin's little sister is Lisa. What do you think is going on with the juror who had her head down and her hair on her face? It's just, she has this big, beautiful, full head of hair. And she looks down almost, I won't say like the majority of the time, but she looks down a lot. She takes a lot of notes. So when she looks down, like her big, beautiful, full hair just falls in her face. And on the first day, I think that they just didn't know what was happening. They didn't know that. So when her big, beautiful, full hair falls, it looks like she, is asleep. But then she looks her head back up again. Then you can see her looking around or whatever. But she's always got the pen in her hand. She's always, paying attention. But she does look down a lot. And I think that they just thought that she was either like sick or had her head down or something. So they wanted to check on her and make sure. But she's fine. She's been like that all week. No bed hair. I know. I actually brushed my hair. The trolls will be so mad. What will they talk about? Hello. Does she know me? She and I have never met. She knows of me, but she and I have never met. But I mean, I know her. I can't wait until the trial's over and I can tell y'all like so much more. It seems like the juror that takes the most notes ends up in altar. That happens a lot, doesn't it? A lot. I saw Brandi Carlisle at the Fox in Atlanta. My friend is not going to have to testify because they didn't have like anything that they could really add to this. I mean, they were able to, when detectives talked to them, I guess they told them about, whatever they knew about whatever they knew, but there's nothing that they knew that adds to this, so I think she's going to come tomorrow for a little while her daughter's in school. She hasn't come up here yet this week. She's had a lot going on this week, so she hasn't come up here yet, but I think she's going to come tomorrow. She was a little bit nervous about it because, she hasn't seen Laurie since 2020. So it'll be interesting. But oh well. All right, well, I am going to try to get some food in me, and then I am going to go charge my laptop so that I can make sure I make some great notes. Yeah, my friend is freaked out. Yes. She's a little freaked out because she's like, because, Claremont talks, y'all. This is not a big town. It's beautiful town. It's like absolutely beautiful. There's like lakes everywhere and there's Spanish moss everywhere. It's beautiful. I'll take some pictures and I'll show y'all. But it's beautiful. But it's not a big town, and like everybody knows everybody. Not everybody. I won't say everybody, but a lot of people know a lot of people, and I don't know. My friend actually got a little bit freaked out. She's like, "What if she gets off and then I don't think she will." Oh well. I don't know if Laurie knows it's mine or not. I know that she, more than likely knows that I've been talking to, Mike's family and Travis's family. But, if you murder people, that's what happens. Podcasters and journalists and stuff will talk to people. So, allegedly. I will be too. I will be too. Yeah, they started the day with that, with Kendall and Rebecca saying that they've been on social media, which Kendall can do whatever. She's not having to testify, but Rebecca is testifying. But yeah, but Rebecca hasn't been in chat. Like Rebecca, only Kendall's been in chat, but yeah, they're starting to have that removed. Oh, there's Lisa. Hi, my poor brothers. As a family, I feel heartbroken for both of them. We were all once so close, and now we have no communication with them. This is one of the things that makes me the saddest about this, because I, having talked to the family, it is sad. There's a lot of pain that goes along with, with Travis being so isolated and them feeling kind of helpless. Like there's not, all I can do is what they can do, and and then wait on him to hopefully see what's going on. So I hope that when Laurie is convicted that, that changes. I hope that, and I was telling Kendall this yesterday, I think, like, I'm hoping that once she's in prison, that separation will help him kind of, it won't happen right away, but being removed from that and not having that over you all the time will hopefully, begin a process of him realizing exactly what was happening and what was going on, and he'll be able to break free of that and, reconnect with his family. So that's what I hope for. Yeah, he will need his family when she's not there. And they've been there for him through the time that, the times where Laurie is like freaked out on him, and, when he's having to leave the house, every other weekend because things are so toxic. And, there's obviously a lot of love there between them. I'm hoping that once she's out of the picture that they can get that family closeness back. So we'll see. We'll see. It won't be an overnight thing, but hopefully it will, begin the process. So there's always hope. Always hope. All right, y'all. I'm going to go get some food and charge my laptop. And we are going to be back in about, 45 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. So I will see y'all in just a little while. I love you all. And I will keep giving you updates on everything. I will be here on Verdict Watch. Yes, I am not going anywhere until I see her in handcuffs. I will be here. And then there's going to be a little Lake County celebration. We got dinner planned. So I ain't going anywhere till she's gone. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all. I will see you very soon.
jurors, but we have not made an inquiry of them yet today about whether or not they followed the court's orders. Oh, we did? Oh, I apologize. I missed that.
Yes, sir.
This morning. I apologize. Yes, there you go.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jared Strickland.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, Jarrod,
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
And what is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of Michael?
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or is a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background training experience with various forms of financial, social media records and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation of this?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shiver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 10. Wait. It's already in evidence. Captain Strickland, there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? December 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shiver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all of that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
And does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in that?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shiver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shiver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into the issues involved with this IP address and things like that?
February 2018.
When you got the IP addresses associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shiver's Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been states HH. No, that's Mr. Shiver's records, the other one was Mr. Shiver. I'm showing you what's been previously, can you go ahead and just put that back in the envelope before? Showing you as was previously remarked as 6H. Do you recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within?
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shiver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it and initialed the thumb drive?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Your motion on this on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right. And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shiver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shiver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shiver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change your profile picture, would that type of thing do?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you as previously marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shiver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence to states 36.
Any objection?
Objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this and the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie Shiver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states JJ into evidence as states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shiver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look at the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shiver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shiver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders.
Yes, it was.
And specifically, what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose?
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shiver and Laurie Shiver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
Did you go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, second objection to the data log summary as to this is not a business record, it's a summary that's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't follow the...
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Detective Strickland, have you had a chance to look at the summary that I have just given?
Yes, I have.
Is that the summary that we have just been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved K into evidence as number 38.
All right, over defense objection, court will move exhibit KK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly, please feel free to move about the courtroom.
And go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shiver account and the Laurie Shiver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, and you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And then, therefore, your IP account?
That's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks, and then you utilize their password and log into their account, would you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shiver records and page 13 from the Michael Shiver records, can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address logs for both of the accounts. The Michael Shiver records are on the left, the Laurie Shiver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it can come toward recent in history. The information that you'll see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So basically it's a time zone that for many different purposes was used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relative.
So Facebook has to send records, frankly, probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shiver records and the Laurie Shiver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shiver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shiver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information is, first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous page, 2 pages from the individual records themselves, have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those 2 folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose.
Yes, they could.
All right. Moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shiver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shiver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So that's within a half an hour?
Correct.
Moving on to May, still April of 2016, specifically April 21st, was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury to show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
Okay. And what was the time differential?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you, using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time?
That's correct.
Moving on, now in May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the 2 accounts here?
The same IP address. Mike Shaver's account was a login. Laurie Shaver's account was a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
I want to focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townson?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townson through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing you has previously been admitted into evidence at states number 32, those records.
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townson?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
Okay. And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townson utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, "Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townson should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, "Your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you."
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
And is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history extends from November 2015 to November 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history, of the summary, and can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townson prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townson's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shiver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shiver and Jeremy Townson sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34 of this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shiver Facebook and Laurie Shiver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent?
Yes, they are.
On both accounts?
Yes, they are.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now on April 24th, does Laurie Shiver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shiver Facebook account and the Laurie Shiver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shiver, and then Laurie Shiver's account is at 2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you, let me show the defense. States PPP for identification. Showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to check as to relevance. Clean approach.
All right, let's have a sideboard. Thank you. All right, please proceed.
We're showing you what's been previously been marked for identification that states PPP. You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to Vanessa Townson through Mike Shaver's account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential misspeak, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right. Any further? Okay. Objections overruled. Over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Publishing portions of those photos. These photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townson.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townson and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townson and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them for right now to get through this?
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages?
Yes.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townson, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townson account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the defense states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached.
Specifically approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Too many screens to get through. Oh, was that the judge or the state that called for a sidebar? I don't know. Wait, what did I click on? Did I click on the wrong thing? I think I did. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I have too many windows open. But yeah, this is the IT expert that we were waiting for, that the defense attorney kept asking everybody if they were.
I'm showing you the state renews its motion to have this admitted as business records.
All right, and yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing states 40, you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shiver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shiver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that made a discount?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers?
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay. And just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shiver bank records, these BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
Thank you, sir.
And anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please, court.
Yes, sir.
Imagine being that florist that had to write that.
Officer Strickland, did you is officer or deputy? I prefer to go by.
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy, several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy.